the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
expose everything you won't admit. And action. This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh. But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone's a girl? Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010, and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms, and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad, and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, wear the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone.
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals. There's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime, you know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, you know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW!
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! It's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence, cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner. And they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag Give Divas a Chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get to Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world. And I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers. Yeah. Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. So at some point, we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things?
Well, I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got a sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire, and I think as a company we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years. And I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is the spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away.
Order placed to sell short euro at 118.82.3. Okay, I'm placing an order to sell short euro against United States dollar for 118.82.3.
Feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering in means
to a layman like me?
Crashing. Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars, you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially, you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back, somewhat reluctantly, back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week, he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is a brand.
You had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. That's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard. but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point, we are leaning forward. In 2018, for us, is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement at the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company. But I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers. The tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values. And one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company. And to some extent, with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in the space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what...
Position open for euro. That's short position at 1.1883.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed, everyone. This is Bloomberg Business Week. It's Jobs Friday, November 6, 2020. But again, what everybody wants to know about, what investors ultimately want to know about, is the election 2020 outcome. That's our focus over the next few hours. Safe to say the tone of the outcome has shifted a bit over the past 24 hours. So we'll get into that in just a moment. First up, though, let's get a check on today's trading day. Let's check in with Charlie Pellet. That rally running out of steam here.
Yes, it is. However, we've got the S&P higher, NASDAQ higher, but truthfully, we've got the S&P swinging between gains and losses. Mixed is what they call it right now. Major averages, though, still on track for the best week since April. Jobs data topped expectations. Congress rekindling stimulus optimism. We'll be exploring those topics this afternoon right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Here's where we stand. S&P up now by 2 points. That's a gain of 0.1%. NASDAQ surging 13 points, up 0.1% right now. The Dow is down 43 points, lower by just about 0.2%. 10-year, the yield there 0.81%. Gold is up $4 the ounce at $19.53, up by less than 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude slumping 3.7% at $37.33 a barrel. Cannabis stocks extending their gains into a second day today among some of those names. Aurora Cannabis, it is up now by 67.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Heading higher. See what I did there, Charlie Pellet?
didn't go unnoticed by me.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. We do want to set the Bloomberg Business Week agenda on this Friday because we did have a monthly jobs report, which is interesting. If I go to the most read stories, I can't even find it among the top 20 because we are so focused on the election. Having said that, let's bring in our Bloomberg senior U.S. economist with Bloomberg Economics, Yelena Shalecheva. She's on the phone in Long Island. Also with us is our Bloomberg stocks editor, Dave Wilson. He'll talk about the stock trade in just a moment. But Yelena, come on in on this. Listen, the economy was certainly a part of the election. It will continue to be a part of the election outcome. Tell us what we need to know about the labor report and also, kind of thinking about the election and what it means for policies going forward, especially when it comes to stimulus.
Absolutely. So let's start with the payrolls report. And that was a positive report. October payrolls bent the recent trend of deceleration in the labor market recovery. There were a lot of interesting positive things in this report, including net private hiring, which picked up, the unemployment rate that fell faster than expected, and it fell for the right reason. Participation has also picked up, and working hours continue to run above the recent trends. But at the same time, this report highlights the bifurcation of this recovery. So you have the goods sector, which is benefiting from increased demand for household goods. At the same time, you have the services sector, which continues to struggle because they cannot reopen to the full extent to meet all this accelerating virus cases.
Right.
At the same time, you have unemployed who continue to struggle, and the length of the unemployment is approaching the highs that we saw back after the Great Recession.
Listen, nothing's changed. It's all connected. Election outcome, virus, certainly watching the economy, and then, of course, a stimulus package. You guys have a neat story, I should say, that you put out on the Bloomberg, you and Andrew Husby of the Bloomberg Economics team, about the Georgia runoffs. This is talking about the congressional races. Just quickly, what do we need to know as investors about that?
So it's very important because the control of the Senate may not be known until at least January 5th. We will continue to guess as both Georgia Senate races look likely to head for a runoff. So that is important because in the Senate, the balance of power is currently 48-48. So, this Georgia races are really important for the Senate. So if hypothetically both Democratic candidates win their respective runoffs and Mr. Biden takes the presidency, it would be the party control over the Senate, and it will be the so-called blue wave. But this is a very unlikely case, I would say, at this point, and investors are adjusting to the idea of a Democratic president and a Republican Senate. And that means a very small fiscal package going forward compared to what it would have been under the blue wave.
Right, what it could have been, that's for sure. Hey, Dave Wilson, got to get to the stock market. We've had quite a week here, but I feel like we're just taking a breather here on this Friday. What do you think?
Boy, it sure looks that way. Bear in mind, though, the S&P 500 was up more than 1% the first 4 days of the week.
Yeah.
And you haven't seen a streak that long since October 1982. When a bull market in U.S. stocks was getting underway. So, to have things kind of pause here, not exactly.
I wasn't a business journalist then yet. I'm just going to say.
Just starting out, actually, in 1982. Okay. In any case, you look at what's going on, and the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500, all within about 0.5% of yesterday's close, except for energy, which is taking another hit. Surprise, surprise. I mean, that group can't get out of its own way the last few years, basically, at this point. But there are a whole lot of earnings-driven moves. On the plus side, you look at a stock like CVS Health, up almost 9.5%. Their results went over well. Also, the head of their health insurance business, Aetna, is going to become CEO of the company next year. You look at T-Mobile US, up more than 5.5%. Their results for their latest quarter well received. On the other side, Electronic Arts down 6.5%. People didn't exactly like their latest quarterly numbers. So, you put it all together. I mean, there's a whole lot of movement, but for today, at least, not a whole lot of direction.
Yeah, Peloton caught my attention too, because yesterday, I think in the after hours, wasn't it tanking, I think, following earnings? And while it was down about 3.25% today, it rallied as much as 5%. Right now, it's just down about 0.7%.
Yeah, I mean, they have issues from doing well. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
They can't get enough bikes. They can't answer their customer service calls fast enough. You know, that sort of thing.
It's a good problem to have, right?
It is. I mean, and their third quarter results beat estimates. So it's on the one hand, on the other hand kind of story there.
Yeah, really interesting. All right, Yelena, I mean, how important is it ultimately to who is in the White House, who is in Congress, in terms of what economy, what type of economy and policies we have come 2021? Do you anticipate that we could see some significant change to the upside downside? I know the stimulus package is obviously part of it. Is there anything else we need to think about?
Yes, absolutely. The stimulus package is key, and we think we will get some. The question is how big it will be. So, and that will define the pace of growth going into the next year. Our baseline projection is for 3.5%. But there are other things you need to look at. You know, for example, consumer deleveraging, consumer credit will probably slow down going into the next year, and that means slower recovery, just simply because a lot of people may become bankrupt and they have difficulty paying their debts, just simply because what happened to them and they lost their jobs. So there are a lot of things to consider going forward, but obviously the fiscal package is the key issue.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big one. Hey, Dave Wilson, you want to give us a tease to your chart a little bit later on?
Boy, what does a call market look like when it comes to the VIX?
I don't know.
We'll
What does
find
it
out,
look
maybe.
like? All right, that's what we call a really, really, really big tease. All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Of course, our Dave Wilson, Bloomberg Stocks columnist and editor. He's going to be back a little bit later on with his chart and stock of the day. And of course, our thanks to Yelena Shaletyeva. She is our Bloomberg Economics senior U.S. economist, joining us on the phone in Long Island. You know, it's a jobs day, so we are watching the job market. This is something that normally in an election year, an election week would be front and center. But of course, we know it's been a week like no other when it comes to election 2020. And that's really going to be the focus over the next few hours. My colleagues June Grosso and Kevin Cirilli, they're going to join us to take a look at the political race, also still look at the ongoing legal challenges that we continue to see from President Donald Trump, and just try to get a good standing of kind of where we are politically and who might take up next in January when it comes to the White House. Quick check on the markets. Of course, we just heard a little bit of a different day, if you will, in terms of the trade. Dow Jones Industrial Average just at about 47. S&P a gain of 3. NASDAQ up about 19. But man, those major averages are up 6, 7, 9% for the week overall. All right, let's get to world and national news. For that, it's over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she is certain Joe Biden will be the next president, even though the race has not yet been called.
It's a happy day for our country because Joe Biden is a unifier, because he is determined to bring people together, because he respects all points of view. And as he has said, I ran as a Democrat, I'll govern as president for all of the people, whether they voted for me or not.
Well, Biden has taken the lead in Pennsylvania, currently ahead there by 13,000 votes. That's a state that President Trump needs in order to win. And Biden is also ahead in Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Biden is planning a primetime speech tonight. Well, it's unclear if President Trump will be conceding the race. Last night, he repeated unproven claims that there had been election fraud and that he'd won the election. Public policy expert Michael Waldman of the Brennan Center for Justice says the president's accusations are not based on fact, and if he or any of his supporters had any evidence, we would have known about it by now.
There's an old saying among lawyers, when the law is on your side, pound the law. When the facts are on your side, pound the facts. When neither is on your side, pound the table. What we saw was the president pounding the table.
Elections officials in several states say they're worried about the safety of their workers in light of a cascade of threats. President Trump today, a couple hundred of President Trump's supporters showed up outside the voting center in Detroit demanding a Michigan recount. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg. Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week, a special edition of Bloomberg Business Week as election 2020 continues to drag on, although it does definitely feel a little bit different in terms of the tone over the past 24 hours. I do want to bring in two of my colleagues joining us once again. Kevin Cirilli, he is Bloomberg News Chief Washington Correspondent of Bloomberg Radio and TV, host of Bloomberg Sound On Bloomberg Radio, I should say. And June Grosso back with us, legal analyst and host of Bloomberg Law on Bloomberg Radio on the phone in New York. A couple of headlines I thought was interesting, you guys. First of all, welcome back.
Great to be here.
Great
Thank
to
you
be
for
here.
having me.
Great
I
to
had
have-
so much fun yesterday. I said, sure, I'll try it out again.
Why
not?
I have to say, it's nothing like news happening in real time. For those of us who are news junkies, like it's just the way we love to do it.
I love the live. I love it.
Well, and what's
It's
interesting,
addictive.
what's interesting too is what we just heard from Nancy. We do expect a primetime speech from Joe Biden tonight. We did see roughly about 40 minutes ago President Trump saying he's going to pursue this process through every aspect of the law in terms of fighting really the vote and the vote outcome. That's kind of on my, radar, if you will, if I can start with radar. Kevin, what are you watching? When you're looking at how things are evolving?
I'm excited to talk with Congressman Denver Riggleman, who's going to join us in the next hour or so, because he's a Republican from Virginia. And here's the thing. He lost his primary, but he's still technically in office. So all of those lawmakers who are about to get out of office, they're always more chatty. And we were talking this morning.
Not so worried, right?
No, they're not so worried. And at 1 o'clock Eastern time, so it just finished, there was a House Republican caucus call where that's where the members air their dirty laundry.
Yeah.
So we're going to catch up about that call. Do Republicans think that the president still has a viable path? And is that path worth pursuing? This, of course, is Joe Biden has now surpassed President Trump in votes in Pennsylvania. Nothing's been declared.
Right.
But the other big question on my radar, and I'll wrap it here, is what will Biden say tonight in the 8 o'clock Eastern hour? Will he declare victory? Will he not? So those are things that we're going to be carefully listening for this afternoon.
And I'm guessing it's going to be longer than the 2 or 3 minute conversations that we got from him election night and also yesterday.
I know.
Let me just remind everybody, Joe Biden has 264 electoral college votes. President Trump has 214. And we know that the number that we're all focusing on, the winning candidate has to have at least 270. So that's where we're coming from. June, you've been watching the legal wrangling. I've heard a lot about that there's not a coherent strategy. There's been claims of fraud, but there's no really legal justice behind it, or legal basis, I should say. So what is still catching your attention? Yeah.
Well, what's catching my attention is you just read a statement that the president issued saying that he'll pursue all legal paths to fight the, quote, to pursue this process through every aspect of the law. What does that mean? He's once again saying they're going to file more lawsuits, but what are the lawsuits going to be about? They have to have something. They need some evidence, which they haven't had in any of the lawsuits so far. As we've discussed yesterday, the lawsuit in Michigan and Georgia were dismissed outright by a judge, and now it's too late to pursue those particular paths. So they filed late. They're filing over process issues that don't involve a lot of ballots. For example, in Pennsylvania, I just heard that Senator Casey, and he was quoting the Voter Project, said that Biden will win by 100,000 votes. There are still 124,000 mail-in ballots to be processed and about 92,000 provisional. That's a huge margin. So, what can they do in these states that will sue and that will result in a change in the ballots? And
the margins
enough of
matter.
A change. The margins. That's what they call it. As I said, the margin of victory. It's the tipping point. So none of these lawsuits that I've seen, like the one in Nevada, it's about 10,000 votes. We're hoping that that the gap between the two is going to be much wider than that. So I am curious as to what they could be suing about. I can't figure out, and I've talked to election law experts, and they're all saying they don't see it.
Well, listening patiently is Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis. He's former Republican strategist, former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign. He understands this process so well. He is also partner at Stone Court Capital. He's in our D.C. studio. Hey, Rick, come on in on our conversation. I heard you talking to David Weston earlier, and you said we're kind of down to the 5-yard line.
Yeah, this is really the end of the campaign. The counting is almost complete, as you guys pointed out. There is very little left to actually sort through, and you do get to the point where whatever's left actually won't make a material difference in the outcome of the election, and we're almost there. The ballots left in places like Pennsylvania and Arizona, if they continue to break along the way they have, will result in Joe Biden winning both those states and potentially others. And so I think we're at a stage now where we can, I think, take a step back and say that this is the conclusion of a process. The process has been legitimate. The process has worked much better than anybody forecasted it would, right? Everybody was worried about Russians hacking our system and, creating all kinds of chaos. That didn't happen. Long lines at disenfranchised voters. There were long lines, but everybody got to vote from what we can tell. And so, I think instead of sort of focusing on the negatives associated with sort of the president who sees his future going down the drain, focus on the fact that we had this really great experiment in democracy, and it worked really well this year, despite everybody's concerns about the opposite.
And so that brings up the point that I was talking about before, which is the president said he's going to pursue legal action, and he said that last night. He's talked a lot about the Supreme Court. Do you see any strategy in legal action to come? Do you know of anything that they're planning?
Well, it's really the loser's toolkit, right? And unfortunately, I've had my own use of the loser's toolkit over my career. And it's like if you're behind, break open this box and do whatever the stuff inside tells you to do. And part of that is start suing people. Now, we know that Donald Trump's had a history his entire business career of loving litigation, and so it doesn't surprise me that he's choosing this route. Part of it is just to create a holding pattern, right? Slow things down so that you can try to figure out what to do next. So we know that this has delayed the process a little bit. A lot of these, if not all of them, are probably without merit. But if you hang around long enough, maybe you find something in the process that you can hang your hat on and make a claim. You can see, like the party chairman, Ronna McDaniel, literally almost saying, give me another week and I'll come back with evidence. And so that's what losers do. It's not the first time, and it won't be the last time that the courts are used as a way of trying to create a process that looks like it wasn't your fault as the candidate for losing the election, right? And we know this is a president who is not all about taking responsibility. And so, regardless of what the outcome is, I don't think we have to worry about legal action because, as you've pointed out, you actually have to have a crime to have a court case. And so far, we haven't seen any crimes.
I just have to say that I talked to one legal expert who said that Donald Trump would sue if a doctor hit him on the knee with a rubber mallet. So he's expecting, he's an election law expert that's been tracking all these 400 different lawsuits. So they're expecting it, but they don't know where it's coming from.
That's right. Pennsylvania's a great case. Part of his suits are to stop the counting of the ballots that come in after Election Day. They tried that with the Supreme Court last week. The court didn't really want to hear about it. I think part of their angle was, let's have a vote first and see if it even matters. Well, now it actually may look like it matters. And so depending upon, again, the tipping point, right, if there are more votes for Biden than ballots that you need to challenge at the end of the process, then what's the point? And I think those courts are not looking to get involved in state election rules. Elections are the purview of the state. And so federal courts and the Supreme Court are only going to do that, only going to get involved in the most extreme cases. And the only one that we've really seen related to this is in 2000, and that's when the state literally couldn't actually do a recount. They just couldn't get it done.
It was a
So
physical
the Supreme
thing,
Court
right?
stepped in and said, look, all right, you've had your shot. Now we're going to call it quits.
Breaking news, Maggie Habermans of the New York Times tweeting out just moments ago, Jared Kushner and the president's campaign re-election manager, Bill Stepien, have tapped David Bossie to lead their various efforts contesting vote tabulations in different states. So there's a name that you and I know quite well, Rick.
Yeah, and this is following a pattern exactly what happened in 2000, where George W. Bush tapped, the former chief of staff, the former secretary of state, to go down to Florida and James Baker and take control of the legal strategy. It was as much the political strategy in Florida as it was the legal strategy. Again, slow it down, get everything moving at a snail's pace so that we can pick up any anomalies along the way, and protect whatever vote count you think you needed to protect.
I mean, Rick, at a certain point, though, unless the margins are really, 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 really close, it kind of becomes a moot point, does it not?
Well, you're going to have recounts in a bunch of these states, right? So Nevada, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin are all going to be triggered. Assuming nothing dramatic happens, you're going to have recounts in those states. And so it doesn't hurt to have court cases going on where you could introduce issues that come out of the recount. And so it's all part of this package of the loser's toolkit that I was talking about. It's all part of a process that's pretty well understood by campaigns going in. And generally speaking, not much comes of it, but it's kind of malpractice if you don't do it.
Rick, you know what we do in Philly when we lose? We eat a cheesesteak. You know what we do when we win?
We eat a
cheesesteak. So
it's always a good. It's always a good time to eat a cheesesteak.
Exactly. I think people need to rethink what's in the loser's toolkit.
I thought we were going to eat. Pizzas
cheesesteaks go bad after a while.
I got a question for Rick. Okay, wait. So I was talking to some members of Congress earlier this morning on background, as they say in the biz, where you can't. They're more candid when you can't use their names. But 3 Republicans I talked to, one said that the president's legal strategy was quote-unquote stupid. The other one said essentially, I don't know what his strategy is, but I don't think he cares about the GOP moving forward. And then the third one said, well, good luck in the media if he's gone because you're not going to have a lot to talk about. I said, all right, okay. But Rick, Republicans, that's what I'm going to be watching for. Will there be prominent Republicans, whether it's Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell or whether it's people like Susan Collins or Senator Pat Toomey on the Today Show earlier today, a Republican from PA, who said he's not running for re-election, but he said the president's comments yesterday were quote-unquote hard to watch. So, I'm going to be watching to see what they have to do. In a breaking headline story crossing the Bloomberg terminal now, Pennsylvania Republicans file new request with the Supreme Court. So that legal saga is ongoing. But Republicans now are going to have to, what they say will matter, Rick.
Yeah, that's right. And we've seen Senate Republicans walking out, talking about transition. Even Lindsey Graham, after going on Hannity last night saying, he's going to back the president and gave $500,000 to his legal defense fund, was out today saying that he'll take a look at Biden's cabinet secretaries with an open eye. Well, that's kind of an admission of where this thing is headed. Right. And so I think you'll see a real mixed bag. The problem that the Republican Party has with Donald Trump is that he's not a party guy, right? He's never done anything within the party. It's all about him. It's a cult of personality. And so he really doesn't care if the Republican Party gets a black eye on his exit process. And so, unfortunately, for these Republicans who have concerns about the future, they don't have a willing partner in the White House who actually shares those concerns.
No, that's a really good point. Hey, Rick, sit tight. We're going to come back, do a little bit of news, and then we'll come back with Rick Davis, Bloomberg contributor, former Republican strategist, and, of course, partner at Stone Court Capital. Kevin mentioning that name that might be familiar, David Bossie. If you remember, he went from being a top campaign advisor, possible chief of staff candidate for President Trump, and then really fell out of favor, but it sounds like he's back in favor again. So something we're following certainly here. And again, as Kevin mentioned, that was in the New York Times. This is Bloomberg.
1135 to New York, Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston, Bloomberg 1061 to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960 to the country, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Yes, indeed, Bloomberg Business Week on this Friday. I'm Carol Massar. We're going to get back to our roundtable. Kevin Cirilli, June Grasso with me, and we're also talking with Rick Davis, former Republican strategist. So we'll continue our conversation really on campaign 2020 and that outcome. First up, though, back to your top business stories. A look at that trading day with Charlie Bell.
All right. I thank you very much. Happy Friday, and we are looking at a mixed Friday for the U.S. stock market. Right now, we have got the S&P higher, little change, been fluctuating between gains and losses. Right now, up by 1 point, up less than 0.1%. The Dow is down 36 points. It is lower now by about 0.1%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is advancing 12 points, up now by 0.1%. Major averages, however, still on track for the best week since April. Jobs data tops expectations. Congress rekindled stimulus optimism. For the week right now, the S&P is up by 7.4%. CVS Health has named Karen Lynch as its next CEO, putting a seasoned insurance executive in place to succeed longtime leader Larry Merlo. CVS shares, they're surging now by 7.4%. Wall Street, meanwhile, keeping an eye on the surge in coronavirus cases and what it might mean if there are new restrictions. Dr. Andrew Pekosh is a professor of molecular microbiology and immunology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
We're going to see hospitalization rates lag behind case rates. So we're seeing some hospitalization rates go up in various states now. That's only going to continue to rise. And it's that burden on the medical infrastructure that is going to be the really critical thing that's going to be dealt with over the next couple of weeks.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. S&P up 2, a gain of less than 0.1%. The Dow down 33, down 0.1. NASDAQ up 0.1%, higher by 14 points. 10-year yield 0.81%. Gold up 0.2%, 19.53 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude now down 4.2%, 37.17 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Kevin Cirilli, and June Grasso, and our guest at this hour, Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, former Republican strategist. He's also former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign, partner at Stone Court Capital. He's with us from our D.C. studio. Hey, Rick, one thing I wanted to ask you, and it's something that the cover story of Bloomberg Business Week magazine gets into, that whatever the outcome, and we know Joe Biden certainly seems to be on a much easier path to the White House right now, even though the race has not yet been called, that if Donald Trump does not get this second term, does he go away? Does he become a media star? Does he come back and run again in 2024?
Really good questions. Nobody has a crystal ball who can see the outcome. There are a lot of different options. I would say part of the narrative that was going into this election was that, this could spell the end of the Republican Party, right? Mm-hmm. Trump's driving it off a cliff. And I think the showing by the party was actually pretty impressive. I mean, 68 million votes, that is strong. And wins in some House districts that they picked up. I don't think there are going to be anything material, but there weren't the blue wave losses that were anticipated. And depending upon what happens in Georgia in January, they may actually retain control of the Senate. I would also say in states like Arizona that was hard fought, lots of money, lots of time spent by the candidates, things like the state legislature, which was supposed to change based on this blue wave, is still actually in Republican control today. So I would say the narrative for the Republican Party is one of resilience. Whether or not Donald Trump looks at this and says, my second act is 2024, or whether he sees this opportunity to leave the stage, or whether he's dogged by legal problems. There are anticipated suits against him by the Southern District of New York and others that bog him down politically. Nobody, I think, can tell right now, but the idea that this is the end of Donald Trump as we know may be premature.
Well, Mick Mulvaney, as we all know, Mick Mulvaney, the former acting White House chief of staff, and now he's a special envoy in Northern Ireland. He said that Trump is a very high-energy 74-year-old, and he's likely to be engaged further, and that he will be in the 2024 or 2028 election if he were to lose this one. So, and also we talked about the Business Week article that mentioned that might also be a way for him to avoid some of these suits if he's still in the political process. So how much do you think that he is going to remain, if he loses, forefront in the Republican Party, and we're going to see his tweets continually?
Well, I think he'll probably continue to tweet. It seems to be something he loves to do. Now, whether anybody pays attention to them or not is going to be the big question, right? I mean, he obviously has a huge follower, tens of millions of people who read his tweets every day. The question is how many of those are doing it because they want to see what he's doing rather than actually liking what he's tweeting. But I can't imagine him going away into obscurity. And he may see the political process as a way to stay out of jail. Who knows? Look, he has defied every expectation put on him. Really for his entire life. I mean, talk about a guy who's had a lot of ups and downs. And arguably, if anybody says they know what's on his mind, I think they're the ones who have to have their head examined.
All right, Vic, what happens to the Bush wing of the Republican Party? Because they've been quiet for the last couple of years. Do they make a resurgence?
I'm not sure there is a Bush wing of the Republican Party anymore.
Don't go to Texas.
Look at Texas, right? I mean, arguably
I have a lot
Texas
of family in Texas.
Texas is a swing state. George W. Bush played no role whatsoever in this election, even though I think a lot of Bush followers would like to have had him speak out. He is in retirement like no other president I've ever seen. And, even Jimmy Carter was outspoken, and is he 100 years old yet? Or he's got to be close. And so I think the Republicans have to look and say, you know what, the McCain wing of the Republican Party, the Bush wing of the Republican Party, the Reagan wing of the Republican Party, the Romney wing of the Republican Party. I mean, all these people have to look at the future and say, you know what, our formulas worked some, didn't work some. The electorate's different now. I mean, the Bush wing of the Republican Party didn't have white, rural, blue-collar males in it, right? But now it does. So what are you going to do about that? So I think that really all these constituencies, and I know them well, I've served with them and run against them and been for them, they got to look at the political landscape that exists now. It is different than it was 4 years ago. And they have to look at the party and say, okay, what's the appropriate leadership and qualities that you want, and what direction do you want to take it in? Because you are likely, if Donald Trump loses, going to have a vacuum. How do you fill that vacuum? You don't go back, you go forward.
Yeah, interesting. And certainly these things are an evolution. As I said, I've got family in Texas, and I've definitely seen, their politics, I think, definitely evolve over the years. Rick, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, former Republican strategist from our studio in D.C. Let's head back to D.C. and get a check on all the national news with Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Democratic nominee Joe Biden is taking the lead in two critical battleground states as the presidential race comes down to the wire. Biden took the lead in Pennsylvania today. He also leads in Georgia. Votes are also still being counted in other swing states like Arizona and Nevada. President Trump last night made a baseless claim that Democrats were trying to steal the election. But Pennsylvania Republican Senator Pat Toomey told CBS this morning so far he's seen no evidence of that, especially in his state.
I am not aware of any significant fraud, any significant wrongdoing. If it's happened, then the evidence needs to come out. We need to go to court. We need to punish the wrongdoers. We need to redress whatever went wrong. But I'm not aware of any such evidence.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is refusing to elaborate on his tweet, in which he said every legal vote should be counted, every illegal vote should not be counted.
I'm not going to answer any hypotheticals about where we go from here. I think this is ultimately going to be decided exactly what I said in my tweet. You're going to have contests. You're going to have court decisions. That's how we settle these kinds of disputes in this country.
Well, the NBA says the players have agreed agreed to start a shortened 72-game season December 22nd, and the next season will not be played inside a bubble, but in the real world. The NBA's bubble this year was an experimental idea that moved teams into a sequestered Walt Disney World campus. It did the job. The league didn't have a single case of coronavirus. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Carol Masser here on Bloomberg Business Week along with Kevin Cirilli. One story I want to mention, just a little bit off of politics, Kevin, if I can. CVS tapping Karen Lynch as its new CEO. So this is a seasoned insurance executive going to take over for Larry Merlot. What's interesting to me is it's another woman as a CEO, which we don't see a lot of.
No, and we don't see enough of. And look, I think another major development here that she's going to have to oversee is the execution of the vaccine. Mm-hmm. I mean, assuming that comes out, whether it's in 3 months or in 15 months. But CVS is without question, Carol, going to just play such a massive role in that supply chain.
Yeah, absolutely. I've caught up with Larry Merlot, and kind of what CVS was doing along the way. So they are certainly going to have a big role. I think it's interesting, too, on a day, and we're going to talk about this in just a moment with our own Rebecca Greenfield, who's got a story in the magazine that just talks about a record number of GOP women being voted into congressional seats. I mean, it is, right? Kevin, you watch this inside and out. I mean, how Congress is transforming a little bit.
True, and not fast enough. But I think from a broader standpoint, there was a lot of soul searching that happened amongst a lot of Republican strategists that I spoke with after the midterms of 2018. And I'll be honest, some of them were jealous to see just how quickly the Democratic Party had diversified. And one thing we should mention is that Kamala Harris is on the cusp of breaking a huge barrier. And as you mentioned, we'll talk about that coming up.
Yeah, I think that is so important. I think, listen, if any given year between the virus, what happened with George Floyd in Minneapolis, that we understand that we need to make sure that we have a diverse and inclusive society at all levels, in public life, in private life, and that it really is an important issue. So you're right. We're going to talk about that.
Some Friday wisdom.
Amen, brother.
Some Friday wisdom.
Looking forward to that conversation. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser along with Kevin Cirilli, and you are listening, of course, to Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg.
debates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business
From
Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. To move lower now for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. The stocks have been fluctuating, but right now looking at a 5-point drop in the S&P, down by about 0.2%. Major averages, though, still on track for the best week since April. Jobs data topping expectations. Congress rekindling stimulus optimism. We're talking about those topics this afternoon right here on Bloomberg Business Week. 10-year yield, 0.81%. We've got gold up 0.1%, 1951 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 4.2%, 37.17 a barrel. After earnings, Zillow shares, they're surging 13.75%. Also out with earnings, looking at shares of Uber up now by 6.5%. Lyft, by the way, reports next week. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Kevin Cirilli, and June Grasso. Well, despite a lot of uncertainty following Tuesday's vote, one thing definitely stood out, and that is a record number of GOP women who have been voted into congressional seats. Let's get into it with our own Rebecca Greenfield. She wrote the story. She leads diversity coverage here at Bloomberg. She joins us on the phone, as does Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber. He's on the Access line in Brooklyn. Joel, let's set it up with you. I mean, there's obviously we're focusing on the outcome, but there are, again, a lot of moving parts to this.
Tons of other storylines, and the blue wave there was so much anticipation of, and remains to be determined if that will end up eking it out, maybe. But regardless of that, there was something of a red fortress. And the most dramatic part to me was this note that Rebecca hit in her story about the number of GOP women in Congress actually reaching a record. How significant was that, Rebecca? Because the other thing that you say in here is that they had very little GOP official support.
Yeah, I would say it was, a mini wave. I don't want to overstate what happened. Republican women will have 32 members heading to Congress, at least, as of this talking to you right now. I also want to note that there are a record number of women heading to Congress this year, which I think was a huge storyline in the midterm, but nobody seems to be talking about now. So there is a record number of women of both parties, like together, the parties. But yeah, the GOP tends to just have much less gender diversity than the Democrats do. And so their record-breaking number is much smaller, but they did break the record this cycle, and I do think that is notable.
And when you look at it, Becca, what was the elements of that surprised you the most about the races that they ended up winning in?
Yeah, so they were expected to increase their numbers. Like you said, they were at a pretty low number going into this election, so they were expected to add to their numbers. So that wasn't the surprise that was going to happen. But the thing that was surprising is that there were some wins in some swing districts that were expected to or predicted to or more likely to go to Democrats that these women did end up winning. And so there was Maria Salazar in Florida. There was a woman named Lauren Boebert in Colorado, who won, and there were some of these races that weren't expected to win that women ended up getting for the GOP, showing that these women were strong candidates.
Rebecca, I'm wondering how much there was of party leaders, or, for example, in the Democrats, you have Emily's List, picking candidates and supporting them. Was there any kind of support or any kind of outreach from party leaders to Republican women to get them to run?
Yeah, so this is a big difference between the two parties, is that the Republicans don't like to play in primaries, and that means that they aren't doing what Democrats are doing, which is making a concerted effort to get a certain type of candidate, like a woman, on the ticket. And I think that does really show in the numbers differences. Even though Democrats aren't likely to beat their records, maybe they will meet it, maybe they will beat it, but probably not likely, they still have 3 times the number of women heading to Congress. And that's because they do have this really well-funded, well-oiled machine that has Emily's List, which raises a ton of money, and they make a concerted effort to do it. The Republican Party just doesn't do that. But there was a little bit of a shift in the party. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, who's from New York, said that she wanted to make an effort this time around because there was such a poor showing last time. And so she has her own packet. It was much smaller than Emily's List, but at least 12 of the women that she supported did win their races this cycle, showing that with a little effort, you can really make a difference and get some good candidates on the ticket.
Rebecca, in my neck of the woods, Elise Stefanik is seen as a rising Republican star. And we should also note, I mean, people like Kellyanne Conway, Senator Marsha Blackburn, I mean, they were also behind the scenes really pushing to drive this home. Rebecca, great story in Bloomberg Business Week. And let me follow up on this. I mean, when you play it forward into 2024 a little bit, you can't talk about the the cast of characters on both sides. We won't go into hypotheticals, so let's just stick with Republicans. Nikki Haley, Marsha Blackburn, there's the governor of North Dakota, Kristi Noem, I think that there's many women in the Republican Party right now that, quite honestly, Ronna Romney McDaniel, the chairwoman of the RNC, they're excited about.
Yeah, we wrote about this in Business Week in September, that there was a record number of Republican women who ran for office this year too. And they are a different kind of Republican woman that we maybe stereotype or are used to seeing. They're more right-wing, more the party of Trump. I mean, it's the direction the party is going, and a lot of the people that you named are definitely in that image.
Becca, I wanted to actually ask about the other party, the Dems, and sort of like, if the Republicans made up this ground, what did it look like on the Democrats' side for women?
Yeah, so as I meant, it looks like right now there will be 102 Democratic women heading to Congress in January. That number, will probably change. So they're not doing poorly. Their record was 106. It's not like a big, huge loss for them. I think they did, some of these races were women against women. So Maria Salazar beat another woman. So it doesn't have to be a zero-sum game. I think that is the lesson here for sure. And that there are lots of strong women.
I mean, Rebecca, how do you look at this race overall? And I also think about, we were discussing earlier about the significance of Kamala Harris, a woman of color, a woman, just a woman, being vice president, like the significance of that, and maybe how that helps to really, push the numbers when it comes to the political landscape.
Yeah, in the end, the president, the race definitely didn't have the gender dynamic at the presidential level that we saw last time. I think at this level, it's, important for us to have a more representative democracy. A lot of scholars will say that too. I don't think that's a controversial statement. So I think gains here are good for representation for sure. And yeah, this will, if Biden wins, it will be a huge milestone for women in office.
Yeah, really, really, really significant. No doubt about it. All right. Hey, listen, thank you so much. Always appreciate when we get some time with Rebecca. Rebecca Greenfield, she wrote this story. Check it out. It's in the magazine. It's online and on the Bloomberg. She leads diversity coverage here at Bloomberg. Joining us on the phone, also with Bloomberg Business Week editor Jill Weber. Great issue, so be sure to check it out. A lot of stories when it comes to the election. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Massar, along with June Grosso and Kevin Cirilli. For those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to continue, lots to come. If you're listening on Bloomberg 1061 in Boston, Bay State Business is coming up next. Listen, we're so focused, you guys, on the outcome of this, but I do think about the significance of more diversity, more of an inclusive Congress, and what that will mean, Kevin, in terms of policies going forward.
Well, yeah, and I think, it's fascinating to just look as we look into 2022, because in my neck of the woods, they're already talking about that. And AOC just put out a series of tweets this afternoon where she's critical of the centrist Democrats who have been critical of the left-wing progressives in terms of why Democrats didn't have a better showing in the House. It's all inside baseball, but for me, it's what I live for, Carol.
I know, it keeps you going. I
can't help it. It really does.
That and the Eagles and
coffee.
Philly cheesesteaks and coffee. All right, thanks. All right, you're listening to
World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Friday, November 6th. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all trading lower. Major averages, though, on track for the best week since April as jobs data topped expectations and Congress rekindled stimulus optimism. Now on the week, the S&P 500 index is showing a gain this Friday of 7.22%. S&P, though, has been fluctuating between gains and losses after a four-day rally added more than $1.5 trillion to the value of stocks. Hiring outpaced expectations in October, defying calls for a slowdown in the economy as the virus continues to spread at a record pace. Economists and investors are keeping an eye on wages, especially so-called hazard pay for low-wage workers in high-risk jobs. Ellen Zentner is chief U.S. economist at Morgan Stanley.
So as things normalize after a vaccine, does that hazard pay stick, or do employers start to graduate that back downward? And I think it's going to be very difficult for employers to take back that hazard pay. I think it'll be entrenched by then. I think it's going to pressure labor costs in the service sector. But that's something that remains to be seen, and something that equities investors, of course, will have to weigh.
And on this Jobs Friday, Southwest Airlines has issued notices for what could be the first involuntary furloughs in its 49-year history, saying a union declined to discuss concessions aimed at cutting payroll costs. Shares of Southwest Airlines, they're down today. In fact, most airlines are trading lower. Right now, we have got Southwest, as I mentioned, down $1.19, drop there of 2.9%. United Airlines Holdings, UAL, down by 3%. American Airlines Group has dropped 1.7%. And rounding out the big four, Delta, lower now by 2.8%. After earnings, Zillow up 13.7%. And shares of Uber, they're up by 7.1%. Recapping, stocks lower. S&P down 9, a drop of 0.3%. The Dow's down 0.4. NASDAQ down 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
TGIF, everyone. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser with Kevin Cirilli, Bloomberg News Chief Washington Correspondent of Bloomberg Radio and TV, host of Bloomberg Sound on Bloomberg Radio. June Grasso with us, legal analyst and host of Bloomberg Law on Bloomberg Radio every evening. And joining our conversation is Chris Liu, former Deputy Secretary of Labor.
I'm placing a stop on profit for euro at 118.803. Okay, stop on profit, please.
Of the U.S. government. So great to have you here with our team. I want to talk about politics, want to talk about the election, but first, an issue that's always important and usually in an election year is the labor market and the employment picture. We got some news today. How do you see the economy and labor recovery? It's the one that whoever sits in the White House come January is going to be dealing with.
Well, and that's exactly right. And so, this month's report was a generally positive one. 638,000 jobs created. But I think there's a lot of caveats to this. I mean, there's a fair number of people, about 7 million, who are working part-time, even though they want to work full-time. The number of people who are long-term unemployed is continuing to grow. And all of this is happening at a time when we know that unemployment insurance, enhanced UI, is going to expire at the end of December, and we don't have really that much stimulus left in the economy at this point. So, again, a positive number, but we're still in a pretty big hole, about a 10 million job hole from where we were before the pandemic.
Yeah, still a big hole. All right, so the election. Since you understand this process from, behind the curtain, something that we don't all get to see, what do you think is going on in each camp, the Biden camp and the Trump camp right now?
Well, I think in the Biden camp right now, I think they're just going to continue to let the votes play out. And I think you saw a pretty stark contrast yesterday in the messages when the vice president came out and I think gave a pretty poignant statement about how democracy is sometimes messy, but it requires us to be patient, expressing confidence, but really just, asking that all the votes be counted. The president took a much different approach yesterday. I think the issue fundamentally is how long the president is going to continue this. At this point, he's going to continue these legal challenges. The votes are going to continue being counted. There's really no proof at all about voter fraud. And whether, look, if this goes through the weekend, that's fine. But at a certain point, we do need to move on to the peaceful transfer of power, assuming the vote total goes the way it does. And I think if this continues to play out, I think that really should concern all Americans about, what the continuity of government will look like come January 20th.
That President Trump has told some people that he has no plans to concede, even if his path to victory is blocked. So where does that leave a peaceful transition of power?
Well, look, I think it's problematic, but I think if there's one person who could probably overcome this, it's Joe Biden. For better or worse, he has spent, 40, as we've been always reminded, 47 years in Washington. But during 47 years, he understands how government works. No one's going to have to write a memo for him about the National Security Council. And he is surrounded by a lot of people that have spent time in government. So I think he can overcome the obstacles, but it's certainly not ideal. And I just know from the experience I had in 2008 running Obama's transition, we really worked hand in glove with the outgoing Bush administration. And that was not only important for this early success of our administration, but really to try to ensure that, any national security, any homeland security threats were assessed and addressed.
Chris, Kevin's really here. Can we just take off the politics cap for a second and just speak to us as a manager, right? Because as you mentioned, I think, folks, it's actually one of the great mysteries, I think, in American politics. Folks don't really understand how the transition process works. There's a lot of job to fill, and in a very short window of time, and a lot of competing interests to get on to a various administration and a campaign. So just talk to us literally about the binders and the resumes and the security clearances, because it really is fascinating stuff.
Yeah, no, this is incredible. I mean, you would not run Bloomberg Radio this way. You wouldn't run any company this way, where one day the entire senior leadership just walks out and then a whole new group of people walk in. There are 4,000 political appointees, more or less, that sit on top of the federal government.
4,000 job openings.
It's amazing. It's
it really is.
So 4,000 people walk out at noon on January 20th, and not 4,000 walk in. Let's say several hundred walk in, because it takes time to process people. And the fact that we pull this off in this country every 4 or 8 years is really a testament to this broader concept of a peaceful transfer of power, even between outgoing and incoming administrations that have fought a really hard-pitched battle. We've done it through war. We've done it through recession. And so I am hoping, notwithstanding the initial press accounts that are coming out of the White House, that they do finally, again, assuming President Trump loses, that he agrees to follow this tradition, because, as I said, it's taking control of 100 federal agencies, national security, homeland security. There's a lot of things that have to happen, and it has to happen seamlessly, because we know this is a period of time when our country is vulnerable to attempts to disrupt us from the outside.
Well, and not to mention, we are still dealing with a pandemic that is now spiking around the country, and that is really putting another layer of stresses once again on the financial, not on the financial system, or on really all of our systems, if you will. So,
and job hunts. It's going to have to be virtual interviews and all that. So that's applicable to government too.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Hey, Chris, sit tight. We're going to come back and talk a little bit more, do a little bit of news, and then we'll continue with Chris Liu, former Deputy Secretary of Labor under the Obama administration. He's over at the University of Virginia Miller Center. He's a senior fellow there. And as we mentioned, he was executive director of then President-elect Barack Obama's transition team in 2008. I mean, it's really interesting, June and Kevin, to kind of get an idea of like what goes on, right? When there's a transition, there's a lot that goes on.
That is so fascinating to me. I've always wondered, and I want to ask Chris when we come back, just about how it works and what happens when they get help from the last administration, and what happens when they don't get help from the last administration. I mean,
exactly. Especially at the time of a pandemic. All right, good questions. Let's get a check on world and national news. Once again, Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Hey there. Joe Biden is edging closer to victory as a handful of states continue to count mail-in ballots. Despite no declared winner, Biden is planning to make a primetime speech tonight from Delaware. The Trump campaign, meanwhile, is out with a statement saying the American people deserve to have full transparency and, quote, "From the beginning, we have said all legal ballots must be counted. All illegal ballots should not be counted, yet we've met resistance for this basic principle by Democrats at every turn." Well, Stenson University law professor Clara Torres-Pelosi tells Bloomberg they need to make their case with evidence.
There seems to be this effort to cause a lot of confusion and to cast the election under a cloud of doubt. But what we haven't seen is a concrete case of some problem with the election that would give a state to Trump instead of Biden.
Well, one of the states where Joe Biden is expanding his lead against President Trump is Georgia. The state's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, spoke a few hours ago when the difference between the two was less than 0.5%.
With a margin that small, there will be a recount in Georgia.
Well, Georgia's Senate race between incumbent GOP Senator David Perdue and Democrat John Ossoff could be going to a runoff. Perdue, while ahead, is falling shy of the 50% threshold needed to claim the seat, and it's possible Georgia will now have 2 runoffs in January. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take.
All right, Nancy Lyons, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Kevin Cirilli. So, Kevin, New York virus cases, apparently the new cases, they reported the most since early May. So we're at a 6-month high. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. And we see it happening around the country. And we're just talking with Chris Liu. We're going to get back to him. But this whole idea, I thought it was brilliant. Like this idea of you bringing up and reminding us that this is massive transformation and transition going on while we are fighting a pandemic.
Well, to put it in the business speak, I mean, it's a job search, really. I mean, that's how they do it. And we always talk in D.C. about political orbits. Well, suddenly the galaxies are shifting and new stars and new galaxies are aligning or stars are aligning. I'm not an astronomer. But back to the issue of New York with the spiking cases, this is the thing that I think we in the media, not at Bloomberg, but elsewhere, I mean, there could be additional restrictions in place in parts of the United States. Here in Washington, D.C., Mayor Bowser has added new testing restrictions. We're hearing what the New York City mayor is doing. I mean, look at the UK, look at Germany, look at France, and that could put pressure on fiscal stimulus talks.
Right, exactly. And we talked about that at the top of our broadcast with our Yelena Shalechieva, like this whole idea of, what kind of stimulus program will we ultimately get from the new Congress? And will it be less, than we've seen numbers from 1 trillion, I think, to up to like 2 or 3 trillion. And that will certainly have some impact, right, on what kind of economic momentum we ultimately have.
And Bloomberg's Saleha Mosen reporting earlier today that Secretary Mnuchin as well as Speaker Pelosi are scheduled to talk in a week or two, even amidst all of the uncertainty. So, I mean, that's another call I want to be in on.
Well, at this point, what is Mitch McConnell? I mean, right, he's back in charge. He's going to probably get the Senate he wants to some extent. Is he more likely to give a bigger package, start thinking about 2 years from now and what the voter might want? Or what
McConnell's orbit, we talk about orbits, McConnell's orbit is feeling emboldened. That I can tell you.
Yeah, much more than Nancy Pelosi, right?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's really fascinating to watch.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to continue covering this. And when it comes to virus, I got to say, everybody is a little nervous, certainly here in New York, especially as the holidays come on us. We're all inside and we have these groups. We're getting a lot of warnings from officials. You're listening to Bloomberg.
headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. A down day on Wall Street, looking like an up week, a big up week, in fact. But let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. What a week. Here he is with the Friday edition, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks in the red in a choppy session. Dow's down 114 points. S&P's drop 8. NASDAQ declines by 18. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.82%. Gold is little changed. Oil falls 4%. And transports declined by 79 points. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only consumer staples and healthcare were in the green. Energy and financials led to the downside. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, J&J, Walmart, and Honeywell, while UNH, JP Morgan, and Dow Inc. led to the downside. After earnings, Hershey gained 3%. Drugstore CVS gained 6.5%. And in other news, Biogen is halted for news pending. That is coming out right now, and the Biogen study fails to show Alzheimer's effectiveness. That comes out of the FDA panel. Wrapping things up in U.S. politics, the Biden campaign is said to plan an event tonight. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, I thank you very much, Bill. Have a great weekend. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. I want to get back to Chris Liu. He is joining Kevin Cirilli and June Grasso and me. He's former Deputy Secretary of Labor under Barack Obama, now Senior Fellow at the University of Virginia Miller Center. He was also Executive Director of then President-elect Barack Obama's 2008 transition team. He's on the phone in Virginia. Hey, Chris, if we can just kind of continue with that idea of transition, since you understand what's involved. As we said, massive. We're talking about, thousands of people who basically walk out, a few come in right away. How does COVID complicate it possibly, and what are your expectations about this transition? I mean, and I do wonder, since Joe Biden is kind of an ultimate insider to some extent as well, does that make the process, are we more confident about what happens?
Well, I think that's right. And again, I'll go back to the 2008 example, which is, at that period of time, we were in the financial
crisis.
Markets were spiraling at that point. But there was a level of cooperation between the outgoing team and Hank Paulson and the incoming team and Tim Geithner. And it's going to require that same level of cooperation between outgoing and incoming administrations now. I mean, to be clear, there's only one president at a time, but understand that the policies that this administration is taking, in order for them to be successful, will have to be continued by the next one. So at least being read into what they're thinking about, not only in terms of economic plans, but really in terms of dealing with COVID. It would be a disservice for the Trump team not to read the Biden team into, let's say, Operation Warp Speed on vaccine development. The Biden people should understand what the plans are for development, production, distribution, so that it's a seamless transition in the national interest. And this is, I think, one of those times where, both sides have to put aside their differences and work on behalf of the common good.
Well, what happens when the administration coming in has a totally different perspective on something like COVID? So you have Biden, you're expected to have a different kind of COVID plan, a different kind, and we even have President Trump saying in one of his rallies that he might fire Dr. Fauci, and then Biden saying, well, I'll hire him back. So when there's not that connect between the two plans, when it's sort of like apples and oranges, then what happens?
Well, I think that's exactly right. And I do think, regardless of the differences, we need to get a vaccine developed as fast as possible. So I think there's common ground on that. I think one of the sticking points is, one of the issues that was in the economic stimulus negotiations, which is additional money for testing, which is something that Democrats have been pushing for. And that's, I think, critical to the Biden plan. We need widespread available testing so that we can safely reopen schools, we can identify where there are outbreaks and close parts of the economy back down very quickly and then reopen it again. So I think that is going to be a sticking point. But obviously, given where the politics right now post-election are, it's hard to imagine a stimulus in the order of, $2.2 trillion, which is what Democrats have been pushing. So my guess is that there will be some minimal stimulus, probably closer to what Mitch McConnell wants. And then I sort of suspect after January 20th Senate Republicans will be shifting back to deficit reduction again. And I think that's going to be problematic both from, providing the continued economic aid as well as the resources to fight COVID.
Okay, so Tom Keene always tells me, Kev, don't go into too much of the hypotheticals, but I gotta rip up the script and I gotta do the hypothetical thing. Okay, so let's just say, hypothetically, just between us, will someone like a Lael Bernard, I don't know, have a good transitional conversation with someone like Secretary Mnuchin?
Well, I think in that instance, I think we have seen how Secretary Mnuchin has been able to form alliances across the aisle. So I think that's probably a pretty good example where there would be cooperation. I think the broader issue,
the markets will like that.
But the broader issues in terms of Senate confirmations. Will Mitch McConnell, if he controls the Senate, just allow these nominees to go through, or will he have his own criteria of what's an acceptable cabinet member or not? I mean, it wasn't that long ago that cabinet nominations, and confirmations were fairly bipartisan, with rare examples. In recent years, they've become increasingly more partisan. On the other hand, we've seen, what the Trump administration has done, where if they can't get people confirmed, they just use acting officials. So, so we,
there are
we
so
could,
many
we could,
acting
we,
officials.
Right, we could go back down that road again if the Senate doesn't confirm people.
Well, and I do just about a minute left here, Chris. I mean, I think that begs the question of how many people, senior officials, the State Department, how many do you perceive will separate from President Trump, especially in the transition process, to make sure that it is smooth in your estimation? And just got about 45 seconds or so.
You mean the career officials or the political officials?
Well, no, I mean like the political officials and his inner cabinet, that will help with the transition.
Yeah, I think the message really gets set from the top. And if this is a president who says, look, I want my people to cooperate, I think that cooperation will happen. But I think it is something to be concerned about, given, I think, the recent rhetoric as well as the longer-term history of this current president.
Well, definitely interesting and really some incredible insight, Chris, when it comes to transitioning. I know you know it firsthand, so thank you so much for sharing that with us. Chris Liu, he's former Deputy Secretary of Labor under Barack Obama, senior fellow at the University of Virginia Miller Center, and as we mentioned, he was executive director of President Barack Obama's transition team back in 2008. It's going to be interesting, Kevin and June. I feel like this whole process, until we get through January and a new president or a existing president.
But it's Friday.
But also the Trump campaign, the Trump leadership is apparently trying to put a lot of regulations through now to enforce some of the policies that Joe Biden is probably not going to want to enforce.
Keeps us busy. This is Bloomberg.
Position closed on euro at 118.803.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week on this Friday. Carol Massar, June Grosso, and Kevin Cirilli. We're going to get back to our conversations. We've got Congressman Denver Riggleman coming up from the state of Virginia. We'll get to that in just a moment. In the meantime, let's get back to today's trading session. We've got 29 minutes to go, Charlie.
Indeed. Let's begin, though, with a developing sports story. Brodie Van Wagenen out as New York Mets general manager. Hedge fund manager Steve Cohen today completing his $2.4 billion purchase of the Mets. Biogen's experimental Alzheimer's disease therapy failed to gain support from a panel of FDA advisors today, putting the drug at a crossroads as the agency weighs approval. Stocks sputtering into the close of what is set to be the best week since April, up more than 7%. Investors still awaiting an election outcome, a topic we're exploring right here on Bloomberg Business Week. S&P 500 index, little changed right now. It has been swinging between gains and losses, right now down by half a point. The Dow down 51, down 0.2%. NASDAQ down 2 points now, also little changed. 10-year yield 0.81%. Gold up 0.2%, 19.54 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.7%, 37.33 a barrel. Wall Street is keeping one eye on election developments and the other on the surge in coronavirus cases. Dr. Andrew Pekosh is a professor of molecular microbiology and immunology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. And on Bloomberg Television this morning, he was asked what a potential new administration could mean for policy in dealing with the coronavirus.
The important thing to remember, though, is that while the election is going on this week, the change in presidency won't happen until the middle of January. And so we've got these winter months which are looking like the case numbers are increasing at a tremendous rate. And those need to be dealt with on a sooner basis rather than waiting for the change in administration. So that's the real concern.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. CVS Health has named Karen Lynch as its next CEO, putting a seasoned insurance executive in place to succeed longtime leader Larry Merlo. CVS shares are up now by 6.1%. Recapping S&P unchanged. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, appreciate that update. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Kevin Cirilli, June Grosso. We know Vice President Joe Biden, won the state of Virginia with about 54% of the vote compared with 46% for President Trump. That's according to AP numbers. We also know that this was a race, a campaign, a vote, and counting of that vote where there was a constant conversation over misinformation. We know our next guest has some thoughts on that. He is the Congressman Denver Riggleman from the state of Virginia, representing the 5th District. He is among the 2 House Republicans leaving next month. He's also got an interesting book out. It is called Bigfoot, It's Complicated, and it's a book that goes after conspiracy theories such as QAnon. Congressman Riggleman, it is great to have you here with our team. And I know Kevin was talking a lot about on our planning call that, we really do wonder about, right, Kevin, whether or not President Trump has any chances here.
Yeah, I mean, Congressman, what's your read on that situation? Do you think the president's legal strategy has a shot?
I think anytime you see votes that close, you should have a legal strategy for recounts. You got the automatic triggers in each state. I think the worry I always have is that you can absolutely, and I can say is you can absolutely go after a legal strategy without automatically declaring some sort of nefarious activity that could take things away and actually riling up certain portions of the population. I think you saw that with a couple people down in Philadelphia outside the convention center that were caught with QAnon stickers on their vehicle, and it was a Hummer, right? And, I'm following that very closely right now with certain individuals, and, I do have access to information.
New order placed to sell short at 118.819.
Count every vote, yes, but stop the Bravo Sierra. That's what he tweeted because you didn't want to say the word. I get it, Mr. President, and respect the democratic process that makes America great. Okay, you just had a call with the Republican House caucus members. What did they say? Are they all on the same page, or are they all saying stop the Bravo Sierra?
I think there's almost this mix, and we keep those very private, but I can tell you this, there's a lot of excitement on the Republican side about it, and I think, and I know Kevin McCarthy well, and I know many of those well, and many of those seats are fantastic individuals, but there's some that are extreme, and I would say it's also on the left. So there was a lot of excitement and talk specifically about the House seats when it came to the presidential race.
I opened new position for Euro at 118.819, short position.
Veteran ballots that were coming in because they thought that could change some things. So very excited about the count of ballots still coming in legally. And that's, it's just interesting, Kevin. I don't know if there's a huge, sort of difference in the way that this thing is going, but there's a lot of excitement on the House side where they think the president really pushed people up to get that. But on the other hand, there's still this thing looking at votes from veterans. And I would say, and I know that I've angered both sides, but if we're talking about counting more votes, I think we allow every legal vote to be counted without saying things that can really start a conflagration out there.
What I also wonder is, because from the president's statements, you can't tell what kind of lawsuits he's looking toward in the future. The ones that we've seen so far have been relating to very small amounts of ballots in the scale of things. Is there anyone that planning the strategy of how to approach these post-election lawsuits?
I think the thing I've seen them concentrating on really, and I've been following this pretty closely, is illegal ballots, say people that have died, people that weren't in the state. But it really is sort of ad hoc and where they're putting these attorneys right now, and there was no sense in the conference call how they're going to go about that legal strategy. And that is really concerning to me. I think you can go through a legal strategy. I just don't think, and Kevin, you referred to that tweet, right? And you just can't go out there and say, I won, this is an illegal election. That's just false, and it's dangerous. But I think also when you look at some of the people doing this, guys, the Pennsylvania legislature, the one who had this count go after the election, it was Kemp down in Georgia, is a Republican. There's Republicans everywhere saying this is a fair process, and I think that's why you see this sort of dissimilar attitude. It's ironic, and again, you can't force vote counts in Arizona and Nevada and say we got to stop them in Pennsylvania and Georgia. That doesn't make sense to me.
And you're going to stay with us, Congressman Denver Riggleman, Republican from Virginia, oftentimes thought of as a potential gubernatorial candidate in the state of Virginia. But you also own a distillery. Is that what are you doing right now?
You must be busy, man.
Oh my gosh. Well, we have never, by the way, since COVID, it got bad at first. We've never been busier. We are getting 2,000 people sometimes on Saturdays coming through here.
Wow.
Right? Because, liquor is the great lubricant of the masses. And, and then, of course.
Then the Purell angle and the hand sanitizer.
All right. Well, wait, you gotta hold that thought because we have to do a little bit of news, but we can pick up on the distillery because I think no better place to start a conversation. I'm just going to put it out there. We're going to come back with Congressman Denver Riggleman from the state of Virginia in just a moment. Let's get back to world and national news. Once again, here's Nancy Lyons in our D.C. studio. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Carol. Well, the head of the Republican Party is attacking the vote count in key swing states where Joe Biden is leading or already projected to be the winner. The mail-in vote has put Biden ahead in Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Biden's lead continues to expand as more votes are being counted. RNC Chair Ronna McDaniel says the party has sent investigators to 4 states.
We, of course, want to make sure that every legal vote is counted. And we have seen some discrepancies in Michigan and some irregularities that deserve investigation.
In Philadelphia, where ballots are still being counted, Mayor Jim Kenney says the Trump campaign has presented no evidence of voter fraud.
I think what the president needs to do is, frankly, put his big boy pants on. He needs to acknowledge the fact that he lost, and he needs to congratulate the winner, just as Jimmy Carter did, just as George H.W. Bush did, and frankly, just as Al Gore did. And stop this and let us move forward as a country.
Joe Biden is not expected to wait for President Trump to concede the race before declaring victory. Biden is expected to make a primetime speech tonight. The temporary security fence around the White House is now covered in signs. One section has 7 posters that make up a rectangle with the word loser written in different colors and different fonts. Another section has a pink sign that reads eviction notice. Both of Georgia's Senate races are going to runoffs, leaving control of the Senate in limbo until January. Incumbent GOP Senator David Perdue was just shy of the 50% vote threshold needed to claim the seat outright. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar. Joining me right now is Kevin Cirilli. One story that's on the Bloomberg caught our attention, Kev, is about Republican Senator Mitt Romney had his own unsuccessful run for president of the United States. He says the President Trump, is justified in calling for investigations of alleged voting irregularities, but that it is wrong to claim the election has been stolen.
And that's what we just heard from Congressman Riggleman, essentially, which was you can't say, that the election's invalid, but then don't count the votes. In some states count the votes, and in others it's muffled or muddled. I mean, it's fascinating. But I'm curious, especially in this period of uncertainty as well as in shifting politics in this city, which happens every 2 years. Where does someone like a Mitt Romney land? Where do these factions end up? And we'll find out.
Well, exactly. I find the Republican Party kind of fascinating, just in general, and especially I feel
they
like
know how to fight.
They what?
They know how to fight each other. Seriously, they're not afraid to get on air like Riggleman's doing right now and say something. Whereas Democrats are much more, in my experience in my interviews, like the AOC versus the centrists, they're much more buttoned up when they're in their critiques. That's the rub around town.
But to be fair, don't you feel like that there were a lot of Republicans out there that didn't necessarily back the president behind closed doors, but did publicly?
Yes, but I still go back to the idea of Senator Ted Cruz, Republican from Texas, and the whole entrance at the 2016 convention. Remember that? Like the whole the booze and everything? That would never happen with the Dems. Never. So I don't know. I don't know.
All right. They're definitely different parties. You know, their roots are a little bit different.
Styles.
But I do wonder, it'll be, as this goes on, and especially depending on the outcome, what we hear from the Republican Party, if Donald Trump does not have a second term, or if he does, what kind of support he ultimately gets. I don't know.
It's going to be remarkable. And the media landscape. And I think that is a part of this, the media landscape as well.
That's okay. Keeps us all busy and employed, as we like to say. All right, Kevin Cirilli, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a developing story. New Jersey cut to BBB+ from A- by Standard & Poor's with a stable outlook. Stocks are pushing higher. 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Stocks sputtering into the close of what is set to be the best week since April. Investors still awaiting an election outcome. We have seen stocks swing between gains and losses, but in the final few minutes of trading here, all of a sudden we've got green on the screen. So right now, an update for the S&P, up 9, a gain there of 0.3%. Again, the S&P, though, has been fluctuating. Late in the day rally for the Dow, up 19 now, higher by 0.1%. NASDAQ up 28, higher by 0.2%. Bottom line here, S&P on track for a big week, best week, in fact, since April. Right now, looking at a gain this week of 7.62% for the S&P 500 index. We've got gold up 0.1% at $19.51 the ounce. 10-year yield 0.82% this Friday. Crude slumped 3.5%. West Texas Intermediate down $1.36 a barrel, 37.43. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's a week to check your 401ks because you've got the Dow and the S&P up more than 7%, the NASDAQ up more than 9% for the week overall. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. I want to get back to our conversation with Congressman Denver Riggleman from the state of Virginia. He's a Republican. He's also author of Bigfoot, It's Complicated. He joins us, still with us, I should say, on the phone from Afton, Virginia. Hey, one thing I wanted to ask you, we'll get back to the distillery, I promise, in just a moment. But one thing, because you really do look at misinformation, you think about it. And I was reading something, I think you were quoted in USA Today, and you said, and this was at the prospect of a QAnon candidate going to Capitol Hill. We've got one going. And you said, when does it go from harmless fun into weaponizing insanity? Disinformation or misinformation can become the bedrock of somebody's belief systems. If that happens, we're in danger, real danger as a republic. So what do you make of a QAnon candidate in Congress?
And more than one. I don't know
more
if you guys
than
know,
one.
there's more than one, right? And other people professed, certain portions of it, they believe in. And I think this is what scares the heck out of people, is that when does a cult become weaponized into something that could be terror? And QAnon can certainly be called a cult. Instead of a physical prophet, you have a digital prophet. And they sort of do the same things, right? It's about money, it's about power, and sometimes about sex, if you think about it. And really, it's base. QAnon has a basis of anti-Semitism that's rampant throughout the QAnon mythology. And if you look at even Bigfoot, that's what's so I think timely about the book. I wrote it over 14 years. Is that is a belief systems that could be myth-based, but sometimes people get angry, and that is also about the grift. It's about money. It's about power. It's about having other people come to you to give you something, having knowledge nobody else has. And what you just saw in Philadelphia, when you have people with QAnon stickers going to the Philadelphia Convention Center saying they're going to straighten things out, that's what happens. And and I'm not trying to say that my intelligence analyst background really allows me to see some things differently based on counterterrorism. And you see radicalization in language. And the language I've seen means that I am not surprised at all about what happened in Philly. We have got to stop this now. This is here now. It's not something we put in a dark corner. We got to stop it now.
I'm wondering what you think about the social media platforms trying to crack down on this, and whether that has had any impact or any ability to stop this.
It's actually going to exacerbate it. So when you look at Twitter or Facebook, and you look at these other modes of communication, the digital streams and social media, even the last 2 decades, as you know, is exponential. So what do? They go to BitChute, they go to Parler, they go to Rumble, right? You start putting up, little videos on your website, right? You start doing things where you're directing people to that website using different types of language, coded language or memes, and you push people this way and that way. QAnon started out as a farce in a way that was sort of dangerous, and also I think something that might have been sort of laid out for everybody to see in a quick way back in 2017. But grifters and people that are nefarious, and a lot of it had to do with money, but also with trying to swing the electorate, they got a hold of it. And now you got the Chans, you got image boards, right? You got 8kun, you got all of these different places where communication can happen with trip codes, with hashtags. And that's the thing, right? That's what we're against. And that's why I've been warning people that you think you're going to stop one digital stream, a social contagion finds different avenues of spread. And again, I'm warning people, and I'm going after all of them.
Yeah. And you were recently the co-sponsor of a resolution in the House condemning the far-right conspiracy that fosters anti-Semitic, anti-Semitism and false claims that Democrats and liberal Hollywood are running some type of satanic pedophile ring, that whole far-right conspiracy. You condemn that, and we should note that as well. On Meet the Press, you were asked about this, and I want to go broad here because you're such a fascinating political politician. I mean, and you were on Meet the Press, I believe, on Sunday, and your local newspapers picked it up, and the headline in the Virginia Mercury is Denver Riggleman still a Republican? He's not sure. And you were, first of all, are you still a Republican? And secondly, talk to me about your frustration with the two-party system.
Oh, goodness. I mean, I thought I was a constitutional Republican. And, talking to Chuck Todd, I've talked to a lot of people about this now. And I did say, and people have used this, I don't feel like I left the party left me. But what I thought, is sort of a liberty-minded individual that, you know why I'm gone, Kevin. This is no secret, right? I officiated a same-sex wedding and dropped a nuke that I didn't think that I dropped, on the local committee parties out here who had a tough time with it. And I just wouldn't back down because I thought republicanism should stand for people should live the way they want to live. We should stay out of people's pocketbooks, out of their bedroom, and out of their business. However, it's not how it is. And as I see this happening, it's almost as if this duopoly, the fringes are controlling the sort of corporate structure of republicanism and Democrat sort of party politics. But really it's about money. It's about the grift, and it's about ideologies taking over that hurt the people you're supposed to represent. And I do think you're going to see a new movement out of this, and I want to organize that somehow. I don't know, right? Everybody has said, well, there's going to be a third. Well, there's definitely a lot of parties. There's Libertarian, there's Green, there's these alliance parties, whatever. I don't think it needs to be a party. It almost needs to be a movement, an organization, almost like a public trust of people. I probably can't curse on this, but I can say this, right?
No, you can't. You can't. Don't get me in trouble. I'm just guest hosting.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
not.
Kevin's not going to get in trouble. It's our producer, so please take care of our producer, Paul.
I can use Bravo Sierra, right? So you almost need a band of Bravo Sierra detecting superheroes, and I think those are the people. If I could say, you need these type of individuals that aren't afraid to say how it is, and that's
all right. Are you going to run for governor?
If I get angry enough, I will, and I'm starting to get really angry. How does that suit you, Kevin? And but the thing.
So if I'm sitting at your Silverback distillery and we're sitting down having a drink, are you going to run for governor?
If we're having a drink, that's a conversation. First of all, if my wife comes in, she's probably going to throat punch somebody.
She can join us. No, she can join us. But
but she's the master distiller. She knows all of this, right? She's the one who does it all. And I tell you, this is a pretty weird conversation. Talking about Bigfoot, liquor, and QAnon is a pretty hairy subject,
Wait. Well, speaking of Bigfoot, I see you sidestepping the question of, are you going to run for governor?
Well, actually, I sort of want to. The issue that I want to run for governor, the issue that I have is that with my family and how long I've been gone, not only in the military, then being a CEO, then going to work for the Pentagon as a senior consultant for electronic warfare and countermeasures, then 2 years in Congress, I'm 50. And my wife's like, honey, I was supposed to see you when we got married at 19. It's been 31 years. At what point are you going to be home? And my kids, I got 2 brand new grandkids. And, they were born 2 weeks apart. And I'm just telling you guys, there's a beauty to anonymity. And there's a beauty for me going after bad guys again. My whole life has been hunting terrorists and making whiskey. And I'm good at both of those. And, I really love the intelligence work. It's what I love to do. And if I can serve in that capacity, I would rather do that than run for office ever again. But I'm so angry right now about some of the people running.
So one word answer, no or yes. Going to run?
Mess. Maybe.
Oh, my God. That wasn't the one word we were looking for. Yes, definitely. Cheers on this Friday. Congressman Denver Riggleman, thank you so much. State of Virginia, Republican. Check out his book, Bigfoot. It's complicated, as is the world. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. There you have it, sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange as we wrap up trading on this Friday, November 6th. Folks from Edison Electric Institute ringing that closing bell. A wild, wild week for markets is behind us, and it is on to the weekend. BlackRock Financial's Rick Reeder puts it like this.
It's been an insane week. If I ever look forward to a weekend and sleep, this would be the one.
Indeed, what a week. The S&P 500 index up 7.4% this week, best week since April. Investors still awaiting an election outcome. Michael Holland is the chairman and founder of Holland & Company. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
There are three things the market's worried about, and I think each of the three should be okay over the next few months. The vaccine is going to come. The Fed is going to be there, the most important part of this puzzle. They are going to continue to support the economy. So for the stock market, things are going to be okay. Bond market as well. And then the last thing is we will get some sort of stimulus because there will be some coming together of the two sides, maybe at least smaller than it would have been otherwise.
So again, for the week, S&P up 7.3% this week. Today, the S&P 500 index faded into the close, falling by 1 point, little changed. Dow Industrials down 67 today, a drop of 0.2%. NASDAQ higher by 4 points, up by less than 0.1%. 10-year yield 0.82%. Gold up 0.1%, 19.52 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.5% today, 37.43 for a barrel of WTI. Uber, after earnings, reported a wider loss for the third quarter. Uber shares today did advance by 6.9%. And GoPro shares skyrocketed after the company reported third quarter results that came in well above analyst projections. GoPro shares today did advance by 15%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Wild thing. Think you move me.
I got a few moves I know you'll like.
Shaking all over.
Bloomberg Business Week. Movers and shakers.
Shaking, not stirring.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Time to take a little bit of a deeper dive into the Friday trade, wrapping up quite a week, certainly when it comes to U.S. equities. I'm Carol Massar. Joining me is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Sarah Ponczak. She joins us as well. Quick check on just kind of the S&P 500. We had kind of a split day, a little bit more to the downside. 219 names in the S&P 500 higher, 283 lower, 4 unchanged. If I take a look at the major industry groups, top of the pack, it was kind of split in half. You had 5 groups higher in the S&P 500. Consumer staples atop that group, and then you had 6 lower. Energy, once again, the laggard among those 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500. Sarah Ponczak, come on into the trade because I'm like wah 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 on this Friday, but man, what a week when you look at the tally for the gains in U.S. stocks. I mean, the bulls had this one.
Right, what a week it was. The NASDAQ 100 this week up more than 9%, the best week since April. The S&P up more than 7%, also the best week since April. One statistic that I just find so amazing is the fact that through yesterday, the S&P was up more than 1% every single day this week. So 4 straight days. That had only happened 3 times before in history. So a very rare bullish occurrence. But when we turn to today, no, it is not surprising that after you have an unbelievable run of that sort, that you see a little bit of a stalling out in markets. But it was an interesting trade because we saw a bit of a twist throughout the day. Coming into the trading session, we had seen value, small caps, the equal weight version of the S&P 500 was outperforming in the morning. But throughout the day, that started to turn. And what did we end up with once again? Well, the NASDAQ higher, albeit modestly, up just 0.1%, but we still have not seen a change in the direction of leadership with the NASDAQ higher for a 5th day. That's the longest streak since August.
I'm like, this is one where you go home or you go online and you're like, let me check my 401k today. I mean, I know it was rougher last week, but I mean, it is fascinating. And I'm curious the conversations you're hearing, especially in a week where we did not have an election outcome, even though we kind of expected it. But nonetheless, in normal times, quote unquote, that would create churn and volatility in the markets, and yet we didn't have it.
It would. I'm honestly so struck by the fact that when we think about where we stood last week, last Friday, what was expected and what did markets not want? Well, the narrative was that if we got a contested election, that would cause volatility in markets. And also, if we did not get a blue sweep, rather if we got divided government with the Democrat in the White House and the Republicans keeping the Senate, that would also not be good for markets. Well, that's pretty much exactly what we have gotten. We still do not have an election outcome. The outcome has been delayed. It looks, though, like we are going to have a Biden presidency accompanied by a Republican Senate. And clearly the markets have loved it. So the prevailing narrative heading into the election has not held one bit.
What's going to be the narrative, you think, off of this? If we get, like you said, the expectation is that Joe Biden will take over, but it's not been officially called yet, right? And we still have to get official calls, and there are, races in the Senate that still have to be determined. But I do wonder, what are you hearing from the folks on Wall Street about kind of where we go from here?
Well, something I think is so important is the context in which this is all occurring in. When you think about policy proposals that occur, the narrative is almost that they cancel each other out. As it stands now, how the outcome looks, it looks like, no, we might not get as large of a fiscal stimulus package from Congress. However, at the same time, the idea is that we won't get a tax hike, especially on the corporate front, 28%. We won't get a capital gains tax increase either, and we might not see more so regulation, especially on big tech. However, behind that, we are still dealing with COVID, which is spreading.
It hasn't gone away, everybody.
Right. It hasn't gone away. Rather, it's been picking up. We see the headlines of more than 100,000 daily cases in the U.S. this week, which is just unbelievable and mind-boggling to see. On top of that, stocks are trading at relatively high valuations. Yes, it's understood that we have low interest rates, but you think about the backdrop. We have an economic recovery that is relatively fragile. We still have a spreading pandemic. We have relatively high stock valuations. Yeah. It's almost as if it doesn't matter whoever the next president was going to be, they're going to face an uphill climb.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting environment. I know you're always keeping us up to date on what we need to know. Hey, Sarah, thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
You
Bloomberg
too.
News cross-asset reporter Sarah Ponzek. You're listening to Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for a price on Wilson. Open up the door, it's Dave. Who? Dave.
Hey, Mr. Wilson! Dave Wilson is with us, and we're going to start with your chart of the day, a double dose of Dave. So, chart, what do you got?
I got the VIX index, Carol. Canaccord Genuity's chief market strategist, Tony Dwyer, took a look at it earlier this week and figured there's plenty of room for this volatility gauge to fall as things kind of settle out after the election, as the angst, as he put it, that people have been through this week goes away. And the chart tries to bring some perspective, to the party in terms of, if that happens, what might you get? If you look back to August when the S&P 500 broke its record from February, you saw an average through yesterday of about 28 for this index. Now, if you go back to the 12 months ended in February when that previous record was set, the number was more like 15. So you get some idea of how much room there is for this indicator to decline based on recent history. That's really the point of the chart. And if you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get it to you with the explanation that goes with it and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
VIX, by the way, down 10% today, closing at 24.83. All right, now your stock of the day.
Appian. It's a provider of low-code software, which helps businesses develop their own programs more quickly and efficiently. Appian was founded in 1999, went public in 2017. The ticker is APPN. It's been quite a year for the stock. It fell to a 14-month low in March, almost tripled by mid-October to set a record, gave back some of the gains, only to rise every day this week. The biggest advance followed the release of third-quarter results late yesterday. Appian had a break-even quarter rather than the loss that analysts expected in a Bloomberg survey. Revenue exceeded the average estimate as online subscriptions, think cloud computing, climbed 40% from a year ago. Appian shares rose to a record in response to figures. They closed with a gain of about 20.5%. And that was the biggest since December 2017.
It is up 137% this year, Dave.
It's been on a run.
rock and roll. All right, Dave Wilson, thank you so much. Always appreciate it. Have a great, great weekend. All right, Dave Wilson, our Bloomberg Stocks editor and columnist there. Let's get a check on world and national news. Let's head on over to Denise Pellegrini. She's in our Bloomberg 1130 newsroom. Hey, Denise.
Hey, Carol. Thank you. Well, anyone trying to stay up from Tuesday to watch all the twists and turns in this election isn't getting much sleep today because we have Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, all still in play. Joe Biden taking the lead in Pennsylvania this afternoon, and the Trump campaign pushing ahead with multiple lawsuits. President Trump issuing a statement vowing to fight through every aspect of the law. And in Michigan, the GOP-controlled Michigan legislature has just called for an oversight hearing. This is for Saturday to look into absentee voting and tabulation. That's according to the New York Times. And former Republican strategist and Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis telling us here on Bloomberg Business Week the president is hoping to stall long enough with these suits to find a serious flaw somewhere.
That's what losers do. I mean, it's not the first time, and it won't be the last time that the courts are used as a way of trying to create a process that looks like it wasn't your fault as the candidate for losing the election, right?
And Joe Biden expected to address the nation tonight. More pandemic stimulus talk from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
We want the Republicans to come back to the table, the White House, the leadership, whatever. 100 for 2 days in a row, over 100,000 cases were reported.
And that's more than 100,000 new COVID-19 cases a day in the U.S. New York is reporting more than 3,000 cases in the past 24 hours. And that's the most for New York since early May. Global news 24 hours a day on air on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts. I'm Denise Pellegrini. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Denise, thank you so much. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Kevin Cirilli. And, you know, one day you're Republican, one day you're Democrat, one day you're Republican.
Chameleons.
It can change, I guess.
It can change. I think it's very American, you know?
You can
you got
change
this
your
Jeff Van
mind,
Drew.
right?
Jeff Van Drew, Congressman Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey, won re-election less than a year after he left the Democratic Party, declared himself a Republican and pledged to President Trump. 80% of the vote count, AP declared Van Drew the victor of Jersey's 2nd congressional district. Wow. He's like the swing voter. All we had to do was call Jeff. We were all looking for the undecideds.
Here it is. Here it is. Listen, you gotta love. This is a great story too by Elise Young because I'm from New Jersey, and it talks specifically about this district in New Jersey apparently having a fickle history. It twice voted for Democrat Barack Obama for president, chose Republican Trump in 2016. In 2018, it picked Van Drew, 67, then a Democrat to replace a Republican who had declined to run after 18 years in office. I mean, listen, I kind of love it that people are like, let me look at the candidate, let me look at the environment, let me maybe change my mind.
Yeah, no, I think you and I have talked about this before. I mean, if you come from a politically, ideologically diverse family, this is nothing new. Oh, 1 minute you're a Republican, the next minute you're a Democrat, but it really has become really, really uncommon. And ticket splitting, I can't stress that enough. Ticket splitting has become so uncommon, in which if a state votes at the top of the ticket for a president, they likely will not. That's how they're going to vote for a senator. And that's candidly potentially why Mitch McConnell had a great night on Tuesday.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's what, the down ballot didn't necessarily match up at the top of the ballot. So it's kind of interesting to see that happen. And I thought it was interesting too what Congressman Riggleman had to say. I mean, we have such limited parties, and I do wonder, do we become a country where more parties maybe we need them to kind of better represent our populace? I don't know, Kevin.
Or at least better conversations around the issues. They should all come on your show, Carol.
I know. I can't argue with that. Thanks, Kev. This is...
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Biggest weekly increase for the S&P 500 index since April, with the labor market strengthening and Joe Biden on the verge of winning the presidential election. S&P 500 index, however, had a losing day today. Lower little change, falling by 1 point. The fade coming right into the close. The Dow dropped 66 points, down 0.2%. NASDAQ up 4 points today. Also little changed, up by less than 0.1%. 10-year yield 0.81%. Gold up 0.2%, $19.53 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.6%, down $1.38 a barrel, $37.41. After earnings, GoPro surged 15.7% today. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We know Georgia is certainly a state, we heard this earlier, that a recount will indeed happen. Let's get into it. We also know that both of Georgia's Senate races are going to run off, so leaving control of the Senate in limbo, at least until January. Let's get more on what's going on the ground in Georgia. We've got the perfect guest to do that. Joining June Grosso and Kevin Cirilli and me, Andrea Young, Executive Director of the ACLU Georgia, American Civil Liberties Union of Georgia, of course. Her father, Andrew Young, former mayor of Atlanta and, of course, civil rights leader. She joins us on the phone from Atlanta. Andrea, so great to have you here with Kevin and June and myself. How are you? And tell us a little bit about the vote and what you've been seeing in Georgia, and how confident are you about the integrity, of the vote and the counting of the vote in Georgia, all of Georgia?
Yes. Well, thank you very much. Great to be with you. I am very confident in the integrity of the vote. The ACLU has been working relentlessly for 4 years to make sure that every eligible citizen who wanted to vote was able to cast a ballot and have that ballot counted. And so we have worked with the Secretary of State. We have brought litigation when that was required, and so we feel that nearly 1 million more Georgia citizens cast ballots in this election than did in 2018. And so we think that, obviously there's tremendous interest. These votes are being counted. This is democracy in action, citizens stepping up, spending night after night, counting these ballots. We had over 1 million mail-in ballots because of COVID-19, and this is democracy. This is our community, fellow members of our community stepping up, being first responders for democracy, and that's what we see happening.
The Trump campaign sued Georgia, a county in Georgia, because they said that a Trump election observer said he saw late ballots being illegally added to a stack of on-time absentee ballots, and the judge dismissed that outright already. Are there any other claims that are being brought alleging fraud in the counting process?
Well, the judge dismissed it because there was no documentation. There was not even an affidavit that actually substantiated the allegation that was made. So I think it's very unfortunate. Georgia has 159 counties. Each one of those counties is responsible for the election apparatus. These are the citizens of the county that do the counting, that do the process. The Secretary of State in Georgia, frankly, is a Republican. The governor of Georgia is a Republican. So this idea that somehow this is not whatever the result is, because of course this is very close. Whatever the result is, nearly 70% of Georgia's registered voters cast a ballot in this election. And so I think that, and people who are counting these ballots are doing it at some risk to their own health. I personally don't sit in rooms with a dozen other people for hours at a time. That's what people are doing to count these ballots. And I think it's shameful, frankly, to cast aspersions on these citizens of our community who step up and do this very unglamorous thing. to make sure, but this is what is required for our democracy to actually work. We saw tremendous outpouring.
You mentioned that, voter turnout was up, and I wanted to ask about, I keep reading that Stacey Abrams reportedly registered over 800,000 new voters in Georgia. Is that the case?
So we have a lot of dynamics. I mean, certainly Stacey Abrams and her efforts for, since 2014 with the New Georgia Project to do voter registration. We also have, we actually implement motor voter in the state of Georgia. So if you move to the state of Georgia, or when you turn, when you get a driver's license, you are automatically offered the opportunity to register to vote. So, we see and we are a state that people move to, and so we see the population of Georgia grows and the number of registered voters grow. And yes, Stacey Abrams has had a tremendous effect on helping, Black voters especially, have their voice in this political process. Over 32% of the registered voters in our state are African American. This and the story that's not being told, frankly, is that, across the state, we're seeing African Americans, the response to the George Floyd and, Ahmaud Arbery protests, Black people have elected their African American sheriffs, African American district attorneys that have been elected across the state of Georgia, not just in Atlanta.
And Andrea Young, Executive Director of Georgia ACLU. By the way, I should mention a Swarthmore University alum, which I grew up in Delaware County up the street from Swarthmore. So I don't know if they had Renato's Pizza, but anyway. We got like less than 45 seconds left, Andrea, but I want to get this in. And that is, just give us a timeline. When do you think, with the recount, how long will it take?
The certification has to happen. One, we have to finish counting the ballots. So Georgia ballots can come in from the military until the 5 o'clock today. Then all those ballots have to be counted. Then the Secretary of State has to certify, and then, there can be a recount. It will take a while. In the meantime, we do have a very important, probably 2 Senate races January the 5th.
Right. We're going to continue with you. Hang on a sec, because we just got to do a little bit of news, Andrea, and then we'll come back and continue the conversation. We're going to come back to Andrea Young, Executive Director of the ACLU of Georgia, joining us on the phone from Atlanta. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Yes, indeed, Bloomberg Business Week on this Friday, a special election 2020 issue, I should say, or coverage, a little bit of both. We're talking with Andrea Young. She's the ACLU of Georgia Executive Director. We're going to get back to that conversation, really focus on that state of Georgia, so critical in this election. Let's get back there right now to some of the news after the close. Once again, here is Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Peachy week for the U.S. stock market on the week. The S&P was up 7.3%. This week, NASDAQ surged 9%. The Dow this week up 6.9%. Stocks registered the biggest weekly increase since April, with the labor market strengthening. Joe Biden on the verge of winning the presidential election. Part of the reason for this week's rally, investor enthusiasm over gridlock. Anastasia Amorosa is head of cross-asset thematic strategy at JP Morgan Chase Bank.
It means we're likely not going to get large tech regulation, and that's why tech has fared well. And probably the biggie is the fact that we're likely not going to get the rollback of the tax cuts under the Trump administration. So all of that is what's positive for the market.
She mentioned tech. NASDAQ 100 index up today by 0.1%. NASDAQ composite index up 4 points. Little change today, virtually flat on the day, but again, big week there. The S&P 500 index fell 1 point today. Stocks faded into the close. A little changed. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 66, a drop today of just about 0.2%. Southwest Airlines has issued notices for what could be the first involuntary furloughs in its 49-year history, saying a union declined to discuss concessions aimed at cutting payroll costs. Southwest Airlines fell today down 2.5%. UAL Corp, United Airlines Holdings, lower today by 1.9%. American Airlines Group down 1.2%. Delta slumped by 1.75%. 10-year yield 0.81%. Gold up 0.1%. 19.51 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.6%. 37.40 a barrel. Again, recapping, S&P down a point. Little change there. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser, along with June Grosso and Kevin Cirilli of Bloomberg. And still with us is Andrea Young, Executive Director of the ACLU of Georgia, and she joins us on the phone in Atlanta. You know, Andrea, I was thinking about the conversation we had before the break, and I do think, you know, this is an interesting year, right? We're dealing with the pandemic. We're thinking so much about the inequities of this world. We all think about what happened to George Floyd and so many other Black Americans. And I do wonder, are we doing a better job? Are we working on or making progress in doing a better job to make sure that everybody can truly get to the polls and that everybody really wants to get to the polls to make a vote?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we certainly were, fairly successful at that in Georgia. I will say that the district attorney who refused to prosecute the killers of Ahmaud Arbery no longer has a job. So the voters of Glenn County, not just Black voters, said, you're out. We're going to try somebody else. So I think these elections are important and have consequences, and we have these critical positions like sheriff and district attorney and mayors and governors. So that the people get to evaluate their performance and make decisions about that. So I think it's been a very important conversation. I think it is certainly one of the things that has motivated a lot of voters, especially younger voters. And I think we'll continue to have this conversation. I think if you ever wondered what systemic racism looks like, it looks like the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. We see who's suffering from it. We see who's dying from it. And that is a consequence of our history of racial injustice.
Andrea, is the ACLU specifically taking any additional actions in Georgia?
Well, right now our focus has been on, educating voters, making sure we focused on, for example, in Cobb County, Georgia, there was a sheriff 50 people had died in the jail since he had been sheriff. And so there is now a new sheriff that was just elected in Cobb County. There was a new sheriff elected, a reform sheriff elected in Gwinnett County. So when you hear a lot of talk about what happened in the suburbs around Atlanta, there's a lot of that was also addressing not only the national issue, but also the local issues. We had a campaign that said threats to your rights are closer than you think, so that people understand that these local elected officials have a tremendous influence on, criminal justice, on how police and are supervised, how they are evaluated. The person who, you look at the records of some of the folks who are involved, for example, in some of these killings of African American people, and you see the work record they had. And you and I both know that if someone one of your colleagues had that many infractions, they would have lost their job. So we've got to have the same kind of accountability, in law enforcement that we have just being a UPS driver. You can't wreck your truck as a UPS driver and come to work the next day.
Right.
It's really it's such an important conversation. Can I pivot back to the Senate, just while I have you? Because, this could really end up being one of the this could decide this runoff, whether or not there's a majority or a split. Can you just give us, again, just the process, just so that the timing and the process of the runoff? Thank you.
So Georgia is this weird place where you have to get 50% of the vote, even in the general election. So,
do we just lose her?
Georgia's a weird place. That's what I heard.
Oh, no.
No comment. No comment.
I'm kidding. Oh, come on. A little Friday humor.
I know. We're a little sensitive here. We were talking with Andrea Young, and we apologize, Executive Director of the ACLU of Georgia, but talking about those Senate runoff races. Andrew, you're still there. I'm so glad.
Yes,
You want to finish your thought, please?
Sure. So we have two different processes. One was a special election. The other was the regular term of David Perdue. And so that's why we have these two races. Georgia has a weird rule that if you don't get 50%, you have to have a runoff, even in a general election. And so January 5th is the date of that election. No one in either of those races got 50% of the vote. And so, from the ACLU issue perspective, this is another opportunity to really talk about criminal justice reform, to talk about, reproductive justice, to talk about immigration reform, and what it is that the Georgians really understand that, a lot is at stake as to whether or not we'll be able to make changes in that area in the House and in the Senate.
Andrea, I wonder if you think it will make a difference that President Trump will not be on the ballot for the runoff elections, whether there'll be more talk about the issues and whether that will have any other impact.
Well, I certainly hope we certainly will be talking about the issues. We're nonpartisan. I think one of the things, frankly, that will drive turnout is that Raphael Warnock, is an African-American minister, pastor at the Ebenezer Baptist Church, Dr. King's Church, and also has a personal record in doing criminal justice reform. So he held expungement clinics in his church. He's been very active on the criminal justice reform and voting rights issues. He was the first chair of the New Georgia Project. So he has a track record on the issues, I think, that matter to African-American voters, which will be, I think, motivation for them. They really, this is the work that we do is to say we want African-American voters to have the opportunity, because of the history of, racial suppression, of black voters, that they have an opportunity to vote for people that reflect their values, whoever that person is. But I think you see in Raphael Warnock someone who is very much attuned to the priorities of the African American community in Georgia.
Well, definitely interesting, and we will be watching those runoff races, no doubt about it. Andrea, thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate it. Andrea Young, she is Executive Director of the American Civil Liberties Union of Georgia, joining us on the phone in Atlanta. We do want to get another check on world and national news. For that, we turn things over to Denise Pellegrini in our 1130 newsroom. Hi, Denise.
Hey, Carol. Well, Joe Biden continues to pull ahead of President Trump in Pennsylvania and in Georgia. In Georgia, Biden, leads now by 1,544 votes. It was 1,538 a minute ago, so it does continue to creep higher. And Georgia election official Gabriel Sterling says the vote counting process there, as your guest was just saying, could take a while.
We're going to go through our legal processes, which means we have to certify. And I do anticipate that there could potentially be lawsuits from both the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign, depending on where they are and what they're looking at.
We're still waiting on Arizona, North Carolina, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, though some news organizations have called Arizona already. Biden expected to address the nation tonight, and President Trump vowing to fight through every aspect of the law. And former Republican strategist and Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis telling us here on Bloomberg Business Week the president is using what he calls the loser's toolkit.
And, it's like if you're behind, break open this box and do whatever the stuff inside tells you to do. And part of that is start suing people.
And as I mentioned, Biden is expected to address the nation tonight. We're tracking that closely for you. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi sounding optimistic about Joe Biden's chances.
Pretty soon the hyphen will be gone from Vice President to President-elect Joe Biden. It's a happy day for our country.
And Pelosi also calling for more pandemic stimulus. She's asking Senate Republicans to push forward with that. And the U.S., meantime, reporting more than 100,000 new COVID-19 cases again today. And New York today reporting more than 3,000 cases, and that is the most since early May. Global news 24 hours a day on air on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Denise Pellegrini. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Denise, really appreciate that update. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser, along with Kevin Cirilli, of course, our Bloomberg News Washington, chief Washington correspondent of Bloomberg Radio and TV, host of Bloomberg Sound On 99.1 in the nation's capital. June Grosso, legal analyst and host of Bloomberg Law on Bloomberg Radio, also with us. We've talked a lot about election integrity. It's been called into question throughout the campaign and really the voting process, as well as the actual counting of the votes. Our next guest is well known to our Bloomberg audience. He's a member of the National Council on Election Integrity. It's a bipartisan group of more than 40 government, political, and civic leaders who are devoted to defending the legitimacy of our elections. We are, of course, talking about former Homeland Security Secretary Michael Chertoff, who served under President George W. Bush. He's the co-founder and executive chairman of the Chertoff Group, and he joins us on the phone on this Friday. Michael, nice to have you here with Kevin and June and myself. I asked this of our last guest in Georgia, and I want to put it to you. What confidence do you have in this year's voting process and the counting of the votes ultimately?
I think actually it's been an extraordinary display on the part of voters and on the part of state and local election officials of exactly how you want to conduct an election in a democratic country. We've had unprecedented turnout, I think 160 million people. People who had the opportunity to vote by mail did so in great numbers. Others stood online for extended periods of time to cast votes in person. There was some concern early on about interference and intimidation of voters. That did not materialize. By and large, the state and local officials have been efficient and careful in counting the ballots. Not surprisingly, there are always some delays. You never get the count the same day. But again, there hasn't been any indication of any kind of significant fraud or misbehavior. So that's all good. And I think we should take a lot of confidence in the fact that our citizens and our state and local officials have done exactly what the Constitution wants.
Well, and what's interesting, too, is, and I think as we look at these 50 different states and the different processes in terms of how they collect the vote, count the vote, what's allowed, what's not, do you believe that it is necessary that we have some kind of national system, an easier system, so that whether it's an app or so-called, some other kind of system that makes it easier to collect the vote, to count the vote, to give access to everybody to vote, in the process in an election? Or does that create new security concerns?
Actually, ironically, online voting would, in the view of many people, create security risks that we don't have now. Nowadays, we've got such widely distributed voting that it would be impossible for somebody to affect the vote count itself. I mean, they can have disinformation and lie about the vote count, but in terms of actually changing votes, you could not do that at scale. If you did it all online, you would candidly be raising a risk, which I think at this point we probably don't want to do.
Let me ask you this. Before the election, there was a lot of talk about possible hacking by foreign nations and which nation was going to try. Have you seen any evidence that that happened at all?
I've not seen any significant evidence of hacking into the voting infrastructure itself. And here I want to give credit to my old agency, DHS, the cybersecurity agency there under Chris Krebs, have been working for months with state and local officials to upgrade their security and give them the tools they need to protect themselves. Now, we've seen disinformation, both from overseas and domestically, and we've seen some hacking or efforts to hack into campaigns, but not the voting infrastructure itself.
Can I jump in here? And thank you so much for making the time. Kevin Cerulli here, Chief Washington Correspondent for Bloomberg Television and for Bloomberg Radio. You know, I talk to so many people on both sides of the aisle who say, why were we only talking about these elections for the past 6 months to 9 months? I mean, we should be thinking about election security 20 years from now. We should be thinking about the threats 20 years from now. How do we get back to a country where our election security, and I agree, I mean, you know, Republicans, Democrats also noting there was not a major breach and whatnot, but how do we get back to a country where we're thinking 20 years down the line about the prospect of threat and not 20 minutes up the clock?
Well, I think this is part of what we expect our government to be doing, which it's done rather unevenly in the last couple of years, which is to be strategic about threats, to recognize that we need to anticipate what might be threats in the future. And frankly, right now, it looks as if disinformation and manipulation of the media is a bigger threat than actual attacks on infrastructure. So I think we need to have a discussion about our general political processes, about the roles and responsibility of the media, because that is likely to be, at least in the medium term, where we see some of the most disruptive activities.
Well, and it's such a good point. I mean, because it also comes down to, you know, you look at what they're doing in France and what Emmanuel Macron's having to do with Austria as a result of the horrific terrorist attacks over there. And not to go geopolitical for a second, they're facing the same concerns about how terrorists are using the First Amendment and freedom of speech against the very democracies that helped create them. So how do we balance that, sir? The protection of freedom of speech with the very real threat that you just outlined for us about media institutions that are getting taken advantage of by hostile foreign actors.
And I have to be honest, domestic actors as well. We've got a rise of domestic extremism, and we've got conspiracy theorists who have been running wild on social media. But I have to be honest, the mainstream media has also been guilty of being sloppy in vetting things, of rushing to put things out in an alarming voice, when it turns out at the end of the day it's really a more nuanced issue. Some of this is a matter of professionalism. Some of it is we need to take a look at the algorithms that social media use in order to get people more engaged, because they can be easily manipulated. And we may need to do some rethinking about, for example, the role of money in politics, which has become absolutely overwhelming. And although, 40 years ago, the Supreme Court thought money is speech, what it's doing now is drowning out speech. And I think that requires a serious look at our system.
Well, who has the political, man, I could go so many different places here, Michael. Who has the political will? I agree with you that money has really kind of squeezed out the average American in having a voice in the political process. How do we change that? Who has the political will, to be quite honest, to change that?
Well, I think, one of the things we've learned in this last four-year election cycle is that the center of the country, in terms of the political left center and right center, has been more or less quiet, and the loudest voices have been at the extremes. This may be a bit of a wake-up call to both parties, and people who are kind of mainstream in both parties, that they can't be spectators anymore. We're going to have to take seriously the threat to the integrity of our institutions as we would take seriously bombs and physical attacks. So I'm hoping when the dust settles here, serious people on both sides of the aisle, as is true with the group that I'm with, say, you know what, America first, in the sense of American interests first, over the partisan interests or the parochial interests of some actors.
Would there be a problem because of the Citizens United case, which sort of opened up this whole area? And also, during these times of such high partisanship, it seems like it might be an uphill battle to get over that.
Well, first I want to say everybody blames Citizens United, but actually the problem goes back about 30 years before that to a case called Buckley v. Vallejo, which upheld restrictions on contributions, but not on expenditures. The idea being expenditures were speech. And what we saw, and all Citizens United did was kind of amplify it, was that people were able to overwhelm the airwaves and other media and the kind of public forum with very carefully targeted and crafted messages. And this was made worse by the use of new data analytic tools to micro-target messages in a way that misleads people, because you're not speaking to everybody and you have to calibrate your message so that everybody hears it, but you can basically spin it to a very few people on one side or the other side. So I think, if we value our democracy and our freedom, people of goodwill are going to have to view the last few years as a real wake-up call. And I think we need to seriously look at, not just social media, but the role of general media, the role of money in speech, the role of gerrymandering, because these are all aspects of what has begun to take away majority rule in democracy and put it in the hands of well-funded small groups.
Michael, I have to say, it was really fascinating this week to even watch mainstream media kind of bail on President Trump's press conference and they would come out and say, well, he's telling lies, essentially, is what they said. And I do wonder that this gets to a bigger issue that we've talked about on air about, facts. Facts don't seem to matter. And we know facts on social media, they don't necessarily drive the algorithms, which drive, the ad spending and the ad dollars. And I don't want to pick on social media, but I do think that there's going to media. I think that there has been almost a fear with this administration to correct things. We certainly haven't felt that way at Bloomberg, but I'm just going to say that I think there has been a fear whether to be squeezed out of the press room or so on. And I wonder, how do we get a country back to where fact really is important and it matters?
Well, I think that means all the actors in the information ecosystem need to, first of all, consider what are their professional obligations, why are they in the business. If it's just about making money with ads, that's pretty sad. But I think most journalists and most editors, not everybody, do want to do something they think is socially valuable. Mm-hmm. And maybe there's been a reluctance to look at this because we get nervous anytime we talk about getting rid of the First Amendment. But you know what my biggest optimistic cause for optimism is? The stakeholders, the customers, the clients, the viewers, they're getting exercised about this. We're beginning to see now, for example, some platforms have had to take down certain kinds of messages because basically they get boycotted by the advertisers. And that's, again, in response to what the public wants and how the public reacts. So, again, it's mobilizing all of the institutions, not just of government, but of civil society, to put together a reasonable, balanced consensus approach that preserves true freedom of speech, but doesn't allow manipulation and overwhelming the public forum.
Michael, just got about 40 seconds. If you could change one thing to ensure election integrity next time around, just quickly, what would it be? It
would be to stop candidates from announcing in advance that an election is rigged or that it's fraudulent, because that undermines our democracy, and we ought to hold candidates accountable for not sending poisonous messages.
Going to leave it on that note. Hey, Michael, thank you so much. I can't tell you how much we all appreciate your time on this Friday. Michael Chertoff, he is co-founder, executive chairman of the Chertoff Group, member of the National Council on Election Integrity. It's a bipartisan group, former Homeland Security Secretary, of course, who served under President George W. Bush. I mean, June and Kevin, June, you know, these are important issues. I mean, these are things we need to think about in terms of protecting our democracy.
All the time when I listen to the White House press conferences. I mean, you know, there has to be a check somewhere, but who's going to do it?
Right. I mean, facts matter. That's how I kind of grew up.
Absolutely do.
All right.
And that's the first tenet of journalism, right?
Exactly.
Just the facts.
Exactly. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week on this Friday. Kevin Cirilli, June Grasso, Carol Masser. We're going to be right back in just a moment right here on Bloomberg.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. It was an up week on Wall Street for the week. The S&P 500 index rallied 7.3%. NASDAQ this week was up by 9%. Stocks had the biggest weekly increase since April, with the labor market strengthening and Joe Biden